Good morning and welcome to the Economic Standing Policy Committee now I just got to check the date again, for September the 28th. And Madam City Clerk, if we can get a roll call.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Carlson. I don't see him.
Early.
Dodick. Don't see him. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Present.
Councillor Palladino.
Present.
Councillor Parker. No, don't see him either. Acting Mayor Croson.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Here.
Mayor Higgin.
Present.
Carlson might be at Greenacres, or Parker might be at Greenacres.
We have two members that are in another committee that will be joining us a little later, and I do have regrets, Madam City Clerk, from Councillor Dodick. Start with the acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people, past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. I have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel. Adoption of agenda. Be it resolved that the agenda of the Economic Standing Policy Committee meeting on September 28th, 2022 be adopted as presented. Deputy Mayor.
Madam City Clerk, are there any additions or changes to the agenda?
Deputy Mayor, there is one change to the agenda. Item 4.3. Amanda Jensen, the Executive Director of Volunteer Lethbridge, has requested a postponement to their item, that being the Volunteer Lethbridge 2023-2026 budget request funding, to the October 19th Economic Standing Policy Committee meeting, if committee desires.
Anybody have any questions with regards to postponing that? Councillor Middleton Hope, did you have questions with regards to postponing that? Okay. Then if nobody has any questions or comments with the agenda as amended, I will call for the vote.
And questions been, you ready for the vote? Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Welcome, Councillor Carlson. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be sneaking out shortly to join another meeting, but I'll be back.
Thank you. All right. We'll get right into presentations. And first off, Mr. Matthews to kind of give an overview for the boards and commissions 2023 to 2026 budget presentations. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, members of Economic Standing Policy Committee. The boards and commissions are here today and they form an integral part of our community and require financial resources to deliver services to our residents. These presentations will provide council with an overview of the needs of each organization and also the council to ask questions before decisions are made to allocate financial resources during budget deliberations in November. Consistent with previous operating budgets, Economic SPC will have the opportunity to listen to the boards and commissions. The presentation will include information on their base budget pressures, and new initiatives. The draft operating budget summaries for each board and commission have been provided. The budget summaries for each respective board commission include the budget for 2022, any pressures that were requested to be added to their base budget for the 23 to 2026 period. Information, as I mentioned as well, also include the initiatives within each one of their attached presentations. All this information from the boards and commissions will also be compiled and included as part of our draft operating budget book that we presented to Economic SPC on October 18th and 19th. With that, I'll turn it over to the first board and commission.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure that everybody realizes they're in the gallery. Over the our last meeting here on Monday, that we've got multiple different presentations that come to Economic Standing Policy Committee. Councillors or how we say councillors, we're sitting as Economic Standing Policy Committee members, do have the presentations, have read through the presentations. So the best thing is an overview, and that presentation time is it's a 5-minute presentation, and then open it up for questions. So just to make sure that we've got time to make through all the different presentations. So with that, we'll turn the time over to Mr. Van Spronsen, Chair of Lethbridge Police Commission, and Donna Koslovi, Vice Chair of the Police Commission and Chief Medizadeh, Chief of Police. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship, and council members, or committee members. So I'm here to present on behalf of the Lethbridge Police Commission the budget proposals for 2023 to 2026, which you have in your package there. So just a bit of an overview of what we're going to kind of go through, and I'm just going to start right into it with our commission strategic plan there, which would be the next slide there. So just to sort of to give the overview that in terms of the budget that we're looking at for the commission, it's looking at number 2, the organizational excellence. What we really want to do is build capacity within the Lethbridge Police Service and also promote public safety and crime prevention. So if we take a look at, we've got a couple slides there on the role of the City Council versus the role of the Commission, just again to reiterate that our request is for the Council to give us an envelope of funding, and once we have that envelope of funding, then the Commission's responsibility is to take that envelope and work with the LPS to develop their operational budget. So the budget focus for the Lethbridge Police Service is going to be on community safety, recruitment, retention, and controlling attrition. Those are going to be the main things that this budget request focuses in on. I want to just sort of point out that at a public safety survey of Lethbridge in 2022, the public was asked about their perception of safety. And this has been a question that's been asked for a number of years or so. From about 2006 to 2019, most citizens, a high percentage, over 90%, citizens felt that Lethbridge was a safe community. By 2020, it had dropped to 83%, and by 2022, 71% of citizens felt that Lethbridge was safe, which meant that 28% of people in 2022 rated Lethbridge as unsafe, and that's why the focus is on public safety for this budget. We want to address that. In the midst of all that are the budget pressures that are put on the police. I'm going to ask our Chief Medizadeh to kind of go over this part of the presentation.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. The slide is before you that speaks to a lot of budget pressures, which is starts off with the recruiting. Right now, we got a huge demand to start recruiting like any other police service, and we are really lacking in that area. So we are not really recruiting, we are just hiring, and we need to really add our capacity on that front to fill our vacancies. The police call times, etc., we are doing it, not a bad job, but that comes at a cost of burnout for our officers. So we need to address that issue as we move forward. And everything else is before you. That's, some of the highlights are the increased time now that we have to spend on investigations and the resources that are required for that. Increased need for analytical work, cybercrime. These are all the trends that we are facing right now, but we don't have the capacity to address them. In addition to that, what's not on the slide, I want to reflect on some of the things that in the last 2 years, especially, we've dealt with. The protest, these are not events that are going to go away. We are going to continue to have these events in our city, and every time we have an incident, it takes a lot of police resources to address those issues. Recent issues with encampment, you can just imagine that's a very hot topic in the community, and it does take resources from the police to address some of these issues. In addition, there's a comment on there, one of the points about provincial standards. They're continuously changing, and we have to adapt to them. When something is mandated to the police, we have to right away look at resources within what we have right now to provide that. One example is recently the province has mandated sex crime coordinators for every police department. This is not something that we can just add. We have to take from the existing complement to address that and be compliant with the professional standards which we need to be in case of audits from the province, etc. So these are all the pressures that we are facing, and again, to police adequately in the year 2022, these are some of the things that we are looking at addressing in the budget that we are asking for and getting the resources to actually provide policing based on the 2022 standards to this community.
Thanks, Chief. So I think if the, sort of the takeaway of this is we see a police service that has a lot of balls in the air that are trying to juggle. And as we've been progressing from from the previous 2 budget cycles, the balls keep getting increased and you're juggling all these things. And I think at some point, the police have done an amazing job juggling all those balls, but moving forward, we need to provide more resources for them to make this work. So if we go to the next part there, so that part there is in your package. There is a base budget pressure increase of about $1.1 million over the 4 years, and it's sort of laid out there for you as to what that looks like. That's fairly straightforward. It's just the cost of business. The next part has to do with the budget initiatives. And the budget initiatives that we're looking for is really human resources. We're looking at increasing the number of resources that we have available in terms of our sworn officers and our civilian staff. I mean, like we point out there, the calls are being, the calls and officer availability is getting to a breaking point. The civilian workload has been increasing. And again, it's kind of like that fish in water. I mean, things have been added to their workload and you don't really realize how overworked you are until finally you realize you're exhausted at the end. And then the last part there, I'm going to bring up in our next slide there. So our budget initiative really looks at adding more resources, human resources, to the police service. So our new budget initiative actually has 2 components to it. As you recall, a couple of years ago, Council made the decision to make $1 million cut to the base budget. So we are asking the Council to put that back into our budget. That $1 million cut in the base budget, we were able to maintain services because we had reserves in the BAUs. Those reserves are gone. So if that $1 million isn't put back into the budget, we're looking at cutting 7 officers. A little known fact, when we had this discussion last time when the Council made the decision was made we have to get rid of, or we might have to close down a unit. And so the unit that we looked at that time was the Youth Engagement Unit with 7 officers. We would have released that unit, but we didn't have to because we had BAUs. If we don't have the BAUs, which we don't, and if we don't have the additional funding, then there's the chance that we'll not be able to have the youth engagement team moving forward. That's the one piece. The $1 million cut is critical to maintain the services that we've had up to this point. The next part of the initiative is we want to add 15 officers to the Lethbridge Police Service. And we want to also add another 15 and a half civilian employees as well to the service to support the LPS. So that's kind of the new budget initiative there. If you go to the next slide there, our plan is to phase it over a period of 3 years. So by 2023, we would like to continue with the 7 officers, with that $1 million putting back into the budget, and then add in our 15 and a half full-time civilian staff, the support staff, which are critical, and then adding in 2 more police officers. So that would make an increase of just over $2 million in year 2023. Then by 2024, we want to add another 7 more officers to the system for another increase of $3 million. And in 2025, add 6 more officers for another increase for a total increase of $4,635,000. So that, and then the 2026 there is just the cost of increase in wages. So I think your old slide might have had 7 officers for 2025. It's actually going to be 6. So 15 officers 2024, 2025, plus the 7 existing officers in 2023. So that's really kind of our budget initiative. This is what we need to make the Lethbridge Police Service focus on community safety, promote crime prevention, and just give our officers the resources that they need to do the job that they've been asked to do and what the citizens of Lethbridge expect them to do. I kind of want to end this off by asking our chief to kind of give us an overview and the summary of this initiative.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, when it comes to supply and demand and the reality of we can or we can't do, much depends on these decisions. LPS has reached a breaking point, and I don't think that's a surprise to anyone sitting in this room. As workload and demands on police service continues to increase, unless we expand our capacity, there will be negative impact on call response and simply providing adequate service to the community. Sufficient frontline officers to ensure we can adequately respond to calls for service is a priority number one. Without additional manpower to our frontline officers from other areas, we have to be permanently put officers in these positions, which will take away from those units being able to operate properly. One example of that is the youth engagement officers who may be eliminated if we don't get the budget that we need. To purposefully and successfully recruit new officers, CPOs, and account for current and future retirements and attrition, additional support is needed in our recruiting unit. Without that support, we won't be able to handle our attrition because every other department is recruiting the same sort of individuals, and we are missing the ball on hiring people. So we are actually going to be facing a crisis on that front. Without additional resources, we are facing risk to business continuity, liability for service and the city, and to meet required provincial and legislative standards that we need to uphold because those are mandated, they're not choice for us. Employee wellness and resilience is imperative to the success of our organization, which eventually is imperative to the success and safety of our community and our citizens. Currently, our employees, sworn and civilian, are facing a burnout as a result of increased workload and demand on the capacity which we don't have right now. That needs to increase. Sick time and medical leave claims are increasing. Overtime budget is through the roof. So these are all the points that we want to really highlight to you. So at the end, when you make your informed decision, you're facing with all this. Lack of better words, we are at a crisis point, we are at a breaking point, and we really need the support from the city to provide proper policing to our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's our presentation. Open to questions.
Great. Thank you, Chair Bounce Bronson, Vice Chair Koslovi, and Chief Medizadeh. Appreciate you bringing this information forward. I'm thrilled to hear, as it was started off with, that public safety is a top priority for this ask, and that's of importance, as I know that that's definitely one of the top initiatives in Council's action plan. So thank you with that. I do have questions in the queue here. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you for the presentation. First thing is a question to administration. I don't think we received this in our package, so can this presentation be sent out to the committee so that we actually have this to review? And I'm hoping that's just a simple yes.
That is correct, yes.
Perfect. My next question is actually a series of questions for the Police Commission. I sit on the Police Commission, and I know both of you know my frustration. Previous commissions that we, two previous commission chairs asked for annual plans, asked for strategic plans. We never received them. And 2 years ago, the majority of council chose to remove them $1 million a year, knowing full well that there was over $2 million in the BAUs. But that was done deliberately, knowing there would be no changes to this police service because the money was there. But it was actually to give the Police Commission 2 years to get their act together, because there was a lot of things not being done in the oversight role. So all of my questions are about the Police Commission and their oversight. First question, the strategic plan is there, and wonderful to see a strategic plan from the Police Commission. Is there now a mechanism in place that the police services business plan will be created based on the strategic plan of the Commission?
Yes, that is correct. So we've been talking with the executive, with the chief there, so they're working on their business plan, and that will be, I'm not sure when that will be ready to go, but you are working on that, yeah.
And so that will be based on the strategic plan that the commission created.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. In 2022, for the first time in memory, there was an annual plan brought forward by the Police Commission. Wonderful. Is there one scheduled for 2023? Will we be seeing the annual plan being brought forward?
Yes, so if we take a look at, gotta go back to my sheet over here. So the way I understand it to be is once we know what council is going to be providing the envelope of funding for, it'll be the job of the police service and the commission to develop the budget for 2023 to 2026. Then at that point, we would go back to council in early 2023 with the annual plan. This is the money that we've got. This is how we're going to spend it for the year. This is the level of service that we will be providing. I don't feel we can do that until 2023 once we know, right, how council is going to address the budget initiatives.
No, absolutely, right. It's based on what money the commission receives, and then, but there is a plan in place. Commission knows that's there.
Yes, yes.
Uh,
Yeah.
Is there ongoing training now for police commission members to understand their oversight roles? So do police commission members throughout their term on the police commission undergo training?
Yeah, so we've been working with the Solgen's office on that piece. So the Solgen's office had set up previously an online course, which they had sort of dropped, but now is back up again. So as a police commission, we've been going through that program online. So every month we've been dealing with, I think there's 8 units in that course. So we've been tackling it with 2 units at a time. So we've been working through that as a governance oversight. I've personally been working a little bit with the Solgen's office, some of their staff members there to make sure we do have training. If there's new issues coming up, that we get the training. So for example, we had at our last commission meeting, a member of the ACERT team came in and made a presentation to the commission on some of their things. So we're getting a better and deeper understanding of those areas of policing and of the commission.
Perfect. And did in 2022 the Police Commission do an annual evaluation of the police chief? And did that evaluation include the commission getting feedback from the personnel, civilian, and police?
Yes, so we do an annual performance evaluation. Now, because our chief was hired in August, we're doing it toward the end of the year, so we're in that process right now. We have actually had the Human Resources Committee talking with members of the civilian staff, of the sworn officers. We've also polled our own commission members. We're compiling that information together, and we will be presenting to the commission a report and then making that available also talking to the chief after the commission has approved the performance evaluation. I expect that to be done probably in October.
And in 2023, the commission will schedule that into their calendar to ensure it happens again?
Yes, oh yeah, absolutely. Not to make excuses, but when we hired the chief in August, right, so that should be the annual performance evaluation, but of course summer is always a very tough time to get everybody together, so that's kind of why it takes a bit longer. It goes into the next year.
And last question, for all this work that the Police Commission has done in the last 2 years, how much have you been paid for this, Mr. Ron Sorensen? Knowing the answer.
$0.
Yeah.
But you know what, we do
Yeah,
it because we love our
group,
city. Yeah.
As a volunteer group, it is absolutely amazing what the Police Commission has done in the last 2 years. So thank you, and thank you for the answers to the question. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. And I just want to reach out to members of the Economic Standing Policy Committee. The agenda is, I checked through mine, is in the agenda to go as well. The link is in the calendar invite. So just if you want to check on that, that information is there. Next, we have Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have 2 questions. I guess both are directed at the chief. The police service presentation indicates that there are mandated provincial standards that we are required to adhere to. Does that come with or without additional funding to provide for whether it's training or equipment or any other kind of mechanism that would assist the police in meeting that mandate as directed by the province of Alberta?
So just to get the question right, you're talking about is the province providing support to the police service? No, the provincial mandates are obviously when they come in as a piece of legislation on the for us to be compliant, and really we have to just comply to with them, depending on who we get to do it, and obviously putting the resources that need to be in there. But that's up to the police service and obviously through the commission and the city to make sure we are compliant with all the legislation.
And to just give the public an idea, this is an ongoing process where the government is reflecting changes in law, changes in practice, changes in policy. Those are downloaded to various police services across the province, not just the police service in Lethbridge.
That's correct.
And there is a cost associated with that.
That's correct. All the police services have to be compliant with those provincial mandates that they put in. Year by year, they change based on the, obviously, public opinion, what the Sole Gen's office is trying to, what are the priorities for the Sole Gen's office based on public input, etc., and some of the challenges that we are facing. So those, as you may know, it happened with other departments as well, and Sole Gen's office is not immune to that. So based on that, they obviously make the decisions, and then once the decision is made, signed off, it's up to the police departments to do their job to be compliant with them.
Thank you. My second question is in regards to police to population ratios. If I understand the data correctly, you're sitting at 165 actual strength. You're hoping to return to 172, and over the course of this budget cycle, you're asking to move to approximately 187 members. However, if we compare Lethbridge's police to population ratio compared to those in other municipalities, with a population of roughly 101 to 105,000, we should be somewhere at around 212 police officers. This leaves us substantially short of that goal. I recognize that you're trying to provide for incremental increases in regards to members, but is there a long-term goal to become closer to what the national average is in terms of police officers to population to provide you with additional capacity?
Absolutely, that's the goal. And when we were working on this presentation and the ask, obviously, with our executive, the commission, we could have come with much higher numbers. But we also want to be realistic in our approach, what to ask the city, based on the other pressures that the city has. So to be honestly answering that question, what we are asking is the resources we needed probably 3 years ago. So what we are asking today is not what we need today, but it's still better than what we have, because this department, there hasn't been any increase to this department since 2014, and based on population growth and all the other pressures that we've mentioned, that's why we are on that path to basically we are in a crisis state right now. So we felt that by being realistic, not asking for the board, but ask something that's reasonable, more realistic, and meets the demands for at least today, is better than what we had yesterday. It's going to be a better approach to approach these discussions to actually, yes, and again, short answer to your question, we could have asked for go up to 212 officers, which would have bring us to the national average where we should be, but we also very respectful of the other pressures the city has, and we wanted to make sure we are moving forward, but in a methodical, respectful way, both for the council's decision and also the citizens of this community who eventually are going to be burdened with extra costs, regardless of where it comes from.
Just a rhetorical comment as a final salvo. Since 2014 to 2022, the population of the city of Lethbridge, on average, has increased about 2,000 per year, or 2%. That means about 16,000 population has increased in the last 8 years, which under that model would require you to have an additional 32 police officers. I don't hear you asking for 32. I hear you asking for 15. Is that correct?
That's correct. As I said, we just wanted to make this realistic and also really highlight some of the immediate challenges and pressures that we are facing based on the trends and at least deal with them right now. But as we are looking at future years, et cetera, future presentations, certainly those are other discussions. As the city continues to grow, we have to be also very realistic that demands for police are going to continuously grow as well. So that's something that to keep up with the growth, certainly the city wants to grow. That brings prosperity and everything to what everyone wants to achieve. But the number one priority for the citizens is their safety. And if we don't get that right, I believe it's going to be creating problems for the future growth of the city and what we want to market Lethbridge as a really nice city to live in with a safe community. As a citizen, taking my police chief hat off, as a citizen, I really look at my safety in a community, and I believe every citizen feels that way as well.
Good. Thank you, Chief, and thank you to members of the commission.
Can I just add a piece to that? Just as a citizen on the commission, and I reflect, my 5 or 6 years on the commission, I think one of the things I've noticed too is that human resources, if you don't have that, you can have the best plans available. You could have, the greatest innovative ideas, you could have all this stuff, but if you don't have the people to put it into place, that level of frustration is there. And I think for me, I don't think I saw it as clear as I did this year. Talking to officers with the performance evaluation, doing the ride-alongs, I hear it all the time, like these officers love the city, they want to do more, but they just feel like they just don't have the resources to do it. They feel like they're just trying to make do, and there's a desire to really, really enhance policing in Lethbridge. And we've got the leadership, we've got the officers, we just need more resources.
Thank you for that, and that does spark a question in my mind, and some that I've seen is sitting on the commission as well as a citizen of the community, the importance of having the support staff for the officers that are sworn in on the streets, because so often we hear comments of, well, I saw an officer, I'm sure he could have been somewhere else, and he's in his car doing some paperwork. Well, that's exactly it, not having a civilian staff and be very honest, at a lower cost, and let those police officers do the work that they're sworn to do, and have that paperwork done, by civilian staff is extremely important. So I was really happy to see this come in as part of this ask. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and nice to see you all again. I just wonder about if you can kind of talk about, has the CPO program been a success? Has it done what you intended it to do? Because you're talking about burnout, and from what I understand, the intention was the CPOs would kind of take over some of the lesser important things that the full force needed to do. Has that happened? Is that working as that was intended to do? And is it crucial that the CPO program continue?
So I'm going to start off and then I'll give it to the chief. So the original CPO program came from an initiative by Chief Davis. His hope was the CPO program would be the farm team for the sworn officers. So it was kind of that recruiting strategy. That's really what it was intended to be. I think over time it realized it wasn't effective, because the skill sets that you have for CPOs doesn't necessarily translate well into officers. So that's where it started. That's where it began with.
Short answer to your question, absolutely, because they do take a lot of calls that otherwise officers have to respond to from the frontline police officers. Now, the CPO program, right now we have several vacancies there. And again, as CPOs come in, a lot of them actually have gravitated towards being a police officer. When they apply, we've hired several of them to be our new police officers, which gives them that transition to move from one area to the other. But recently, in late 2021, we made some changes to the program, because before that, they were just on contract. So the employment wasn't really attractive for us to attract good candidates and to bring them, because they didn't have a career. It was just something that they had today, may not have tomorrow. But we changed that. We worked with the city HR, and now the CPO program, they're actually city employees. So they're under QP, they get benefits, they get pension, so which makes these positions much more attractive for us to be able to hire good people and get more interest. And we've hired few right now who are in training, and we are going to be hiring a few more to add to the complement. So eventually, the program is going to go well. We are also looking at bringing a better structure for the management of the program, because right now we have just 15 CPOs. We are going to be working with HR to actually bring some supervision within that program. The program is going to be even much stronger moving forward. We are going to be able to attract better candidates because now it's a career path. It's not just a contract that doesn't have a lot of security.
And you talk about the importance of retention on the police force right now. Would you say that one of the biggest issues, I think you alluded to it, is the biggest problem right now is burnout? Fair?
Burnout is one of the factors. Other factor is, like any other department, we are dealing with people who are reaching their 25 years or more, and they're looking at other things to do because they've done their time as a police officer and they're trying to get into a different work, enjoy their pension and move forward. So those are the two elements. And then the last piece that's really harming us right now from the recruiting piece is the fact that we just don't have the capacity to recruit. We have one person doing recruiting, but that individual has to just not only recruit, but majority of the person's work is processing applications, because these are not stuff that people just put an application and they get in. There's a long process, and we are really lacking capacity. And until we fix that, we are going to be struggling to recruit because we are dealing with police forces that have significant number of people actively going even out of province to recruit people, and we are missing the boat on that front.
And finally, if I may, Mr. Mayor, just again, I always just like to hear about how the watch is doing. How important has that filled its need? Is it important moving forward in your mind?
Absolutely, the watch has become a fabric of the programs in this community, and very much appreciated and accepted by the community. And any way to move backwards on these programs that are well established right now, well supported by our citizens, it's going to add more. And we provide many different reports to the Commission as to even the number of calls these programs are actually taking away from the frontline officers. But the reality of the fact is that, like when you look at the CPO, we're coming back to that, is this program that exists in all the other communities. It's a proven program that many other communities are investing in. And the watch is unique to Lethbridge, but again, for this community, it's significantly improving the at least perception and quality of life for our citizens, especially in the downtown core. And now they've even expanded London Road areas, etc. So we are continuously monitoring the program so they can better serve the community.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We have Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief and members of the Commission. I think my question was partially answered with Councillor Middleton Hope's comments and Councillor Campbell, but the note on that last screen said you're bringing in 15 new recruits, and they were in addition to those that are already retiring or getting ready to retire. Did I miss what the number was of the ones that are planning to retire in the next 3 years or 4 years?
The numbers that you have before you, based on the stepped approach to reach the number of 15 new officers that we are going to hire, factors in the attrition. So when we're looking at, say, 2 new people in 2023, we know or estimate how many officers are potentially leaving in 2023. And so we have that number, and then we add 2 to that number, again, to be realistic as to if we can even hire them. So those numbers are already included in our proposal, how we are taking a stepped approach to hire the 15 officers we are talking about, because we know we can hire them right in 2023. It's going to take some time because we have to respect the attrition and also do our best to add to them. So I hope that answers your question, but all those numbers, I don't have those numbers exactly in front of me, because then the numbers of officers who are going to be retiring in this next few years is in over 20. And so we are looking at several potential departures, based on the the data that we have. No guarantees, but we factor that in, and then trying to go more. But in addition to that, regardless of my direction to our recruiting, the one individual has been, don't stop keep recruiting, because we also have several officers who are on claims and not working because of the burnouts and all the other issues that you're facing. So again, the call to our recruiting is hire as many as you can. We are not going to, so even if you have that stepped approach into doing that, if in the first year we end up finding 5 extra people in addition to our attrition, we are not going to say no to them. We are always looking at hiring good people, and because we just wanted to give a good idea to the people who are going to be making decisions as to how we are planning on moving with this. But this is a 4-year plan, as you know. So if we hire more in the first year and few more in the second year, at the end, our goal is to hire 15 more people to add to our existing complement.
And the point I think that we wanted to make too was recruitment is a huge thing. So like I think Councillor Milton Hope said, we have 165 maybe on staff right now. Our budget is based on 172. We don't quite have 172. We need to make sure we get that up. But that's in our budget right now, and this is in addition to it. So the recruitment is huge. It's a huge thing. It's going to be recruiting officers that we still need to fill up to the 172 plus beyond that.
Thank you, and I feel your frustration and compassion at the same time, so thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Vance Bronson, Ms. Kozlowski, sorry, still need more coffee this morning, and Chief Medizadeh for coming to present to us this morning. Thank you for emphasizing the need for safety in our community. Without that, our community isn't viable. We don't see increased growth investment, which in theory should start helping us pay for some of these budget requests. So thank you for emphasizing that. We talk about the importance of civilian staff. We outlined a little bit about where we need to see those. Chief Medizadeh, what areas are we looking for civilian staff in? What work are our officers doing that civilian staff should be doing?
Practically all areas. Short answer to your question. The civilian complex, we mentioned police officers. We haven't had an increase in the city since 2014, and I believe civilians go even a few years before that. We have had no increase. And we are finding more and more that if you look at a police force structure, I see our civilian employees as a pillar that we need for officers to be able to work on. And if that pillar is not strong, the whole thing is going to crumble. So with all the added pressures from analytics to court staff, to disclosures, to record keeping, freedom of information, exhibits. Like one example I can give you, our number of exhibit items have significantly increased over the last few years. So we need more people to process the exhibits. Because if we don't have proper resources to process exhibits right, we lose all our cases in court. These are really critical pieces of operations that really the average citizen may not see, but if they don't do their job, the police service is not going to be able to operate properly. And really, at the end, even if we lay a charge, we don't have proper exhibit control, we're going to lose them because we don't have that control. So again, when we look at analytics, when we're looking at training, even support staff for our the 2 sergeants who are doing work on discipline files, etc. Right now, we have sergeants doing all that stuff. We need to give them civilian support so they can actually invest their time on their true mandate versus doing work that we can have a civilian do. So again, hopefully I've answered your question, but we need civilians in every area, and without their support, we're going to have police officers who are trained for different reasons doing that work, which really defeats the whole purpose of even adding new police officers, because just to add new officers without the civilian support, we're just having him doing civilian work, which is not what we want to do.
And is that one recruiter also doing the hiring for civilian staff?
No, the civilian staff typically is managed through our HR manager with different processes, but that recruiter is recruiting police officers and CPOs. And when you look at the number of applications we get, and especially as we're going to keep driving the more recruiting efforts, etc., when the number of applications increase, the demand for processing them is also going to be increased. So again, we need to provide support in every angle that we can. But if I had to look at a priority, say for police officers, before we actually address the recruiting units issues to actually recruit more, how can we actually add new officers onto our complement with just one person and doing more and even put more pressure on him. So everything ties in together, but I just really wanted to emphasize in as much as people usually see police officers, the uniform, that visibility, our citizens have to recognize that there is an element behind these police officers so they can actually get out there and do the work that they do in the community. Otherwise, they're going to be in our office doing the work that civilians can do.
Very much.
Well, the queue is opened up, and so thank you very much for the presentation again. And I do want to make sure that I thank those members of the commission that are here as well. And for that matter, any of those that come in that sit on our boards, committees, and commissions, and for the dedication and the service that they do for our community. So thank you very much for everything you do.
Thank you.
Next, we have a presentation from Darren Martin, CEO of Sir Alexander Galt Museum and Archives.
Okay, and good morning, members of the Economic SPC. My name is Vic Mensch, and I'm the board chair of the board of directors. And with me is Darren Martins and Mel Mpofu. And in the gallery, we have Heather Oxman and Gerald Hebert. And we appreciate the opportunity to share with you our vision for continued City of Lethbridge investment in one of the premier, or the region's premier cultural organizations and cultural gathering spaces. And we are excited about the Galt, and we are excited about what it has done and what it can do. If we flip to the mission statement, our mission reflects our sense of connection and drive to be as inclusive as we possibly can. Combined with our renewed vision, values, and community impact statements as outlined in our 2022 and 2026 strategic plan, our modest request for additional support has the potential for the organization to fulfill its mission. And the mission is what drives our budget. And you know, that's what we're all about, and that's what we want to carry on to do. And so we do hope that you reflect on that. As far as the budget pressures go, you know, we're experiencing a lot of pressures. And there are the new initiatives that we have also been asked to talk about, and the impact on what it is. So if we go to the next slide, the budget pressures. Well, the increase in revenue, you know, that's a good thing. Now that we're open more hours, we are getting more revenue. We are getting more revenue from rentals and things like that, and that's good. On the flip side of that, that also creates more building operational costs as well. And the inflation pressures that we are featuring, and the I suppose, inability or the pressure on staffing is significant. Then the lease for offsite storage, we get a lot of materials and artifacts from different people, and we can't exhibit all of it, so we have to have some offsite storage, and so we pay $15,000 a year for that storage. And then our computer and network changes that we're experiencing, and we are putting in a lot of different things online because we're doing more online. There's more demand for the online services, and so providing materials for that is something that we're looking at. And then the wages and results and things like that are fairly significant as well. So the total budget pressures that we're experiencing are $82,400. It's not 82 million, but it is significant for us. Then if we move to the new initiative, first day with my new tongue, new initiatives, we are proposing really 2 4-year pilot projects. And we want to be able to address the needs of the community in a good way, but we're not sure if this is exactly the way we want to go, so we're proposing pilot projects. So the pilot projects are aligned with the council's strategic areas of focus, and we really want to make sure that we have that alignment because we want to work together with you. So the first initiative is a 0.6 FTE pilot project, which is an Indigenous curator. And with the emphasis on the Indigenous history and so on, we want to make sure that we have someone in place who can really assess the artifacts and the story and make sure that the story is accurate and supports the creation, well, specific to the Indigenous history and culture. And that is something like about $60,000 for the pilot project that we're looking at. Then we also, together with that, obviously, we need to have some sort of programming initiatives. And though that isn't a huge budgetary impact, we need to make sure that we have some of that in place so that when people come to the Galt, that they get an accurate vision of what we are providing in terms of the Indigenous things. Then the next initiative is the communications assistant position, and that's also a full 0.6 full-time equivalent pilot project. And you see on the right-hand side the council's strategic focus areas, and on the left are the areas that the Galt is focused on. And so the total for the initiatives for the 4-year pilot projects is $105,000 per year. So over the 4 years, that would be $420,000 that we are looking for funding. Now, all of these, what does the impact have, or what is the impact? Well, one of the things that we are dealing with is redefining the museum. You know, we've been around for a long time, and we don't just want it to be see once and that's it kind of situation. We want to be able to redefine the stories, redefine the impact that we have on our community so that we can also bring more people into the community to see what we have, see the museum, see the fort, see the different artifacts that we have collected. We're also focused on reconciliation. There's been a lot of talk about reconciliation over the last few years, and we want to make sure that we address that aspect of it in our strategic plan and in the programs that we develop. And we want to be a gathering place. When we have the opportunity to gather with people and to share our stories, to share the history that is ours, that becomes something that we look forward to. And then we also want to be a platform for inclusion. we are a city that is multicultural, and we want to be able to include and share the stories of all cultures that are in our community. And basically, that's our presentation. You have the summary of the financial things there, the detail that you may have. And we thank you for the opportunity of being able to share some of these ideas with you and some of our requests so that together we can work for making the Galt and the fort something that's really worth going to see.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager, for the presentation. Appreciate that. I do have questions from Councillor Middleton Hope to start.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. I really appreciate, and I know our community does, appreciate the work that you do to provide us with such great services over at the Galt. The question I have is in regards to your new initiatives. You've requested funding for up to 4 projects. Can you legitimately manage all of these projects at one time over the course of the next 4 years?
I'll allow Darren to answer that.
Mr. Chair, through you. With respect to these initiatives, we do have the capacity currently. We have a 0.6 right now of an Indigenous curator that has been funded through the Department of Canadian Heritage for COVID relief funding. So that position is in place, and this would be a continuation of that. The work that the Indigenous curator has been doing over the past 9 months. This is an opportunity to continue that work and to facilitate the projects that she has been working on, including the Battle of the Belly project, which is a city initiative working with a number of departments, as well as refurbishing the fort. With respect to marketing, we've seen a strong increase in social media need and to be strategically placed in a position where we can better respond to community members as well as researchers and academics. And these initiatives would allow us to be more community responsive. Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Mr. Martins, I don't recognize you without your bow tie, so I didn't know who you were at first, but now I know. Just, you know, as you go forward and, you know, you're looking at some of your initiatives, especially online and things like that, do you, does the Galt attract people from Lethbridge and local area, or are you trying to really expand to like Europe or to other parts of Canada? What are you kind of hoping to get out of some of these initiatives that you've got?
Through the chair, with respect to these new initiatives, we understand and we recognize that Lethbridge is our primary area of focus for the citizenry that lives in Lethbridge and in Alberta's southwest. That is our primary audience. The research that we have done with respect to program participants as well as memberships, that they are our bread and butter. So that continues to be a strong focus for us. But we also recognize and understand that museums are now global. And with social media and the internet, that we have to be present in those different arenas and be able to provide some services online. So that's why but coming back to my original statement, local is home, and the local is what we support first and foremost.
Just changing, how did the bus initiative work for you? The buses that went down into the museum and Nikki Yuko, was that a worthwhile project?
Through the chair, we are in the process right now of writing a report that will be coming to the Cultural and Social SPC probably in October or November. And the preliminary results indicate that it was fairly well subscribed to, and the visitor comments that we received have been very positive. And I think one of the most striking points of interest in the pilot project was that locals were the primary user of CultureLink.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I see we have no further questions in the queue. So I want to thank you for your presentation, and again for those members of the board for your service to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll be having a presentation from Ms. Tara Plato, the Lethbridge Public Library CEO, and Craig Brown, the chair of the Lethbridge Public Library. And Craig, you look much different.
Craig was unable to attend today, so Angela Viola, Vice Chair.
Angela. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Higgin, members of the Economic Policy Standing Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My apologies, I was under the understanding we had 15 minutes to present, so I'm going to go through these slides real fast.
You do have 15.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll slow down a little.
It was on the other ones here, and I just noticed it, so we got the timers at 15. You're good.
Okay, thank you. I can talk fast if needed. Next slide, please, Ryan. So the library's mission is to be a welcoming, inclusive space that connects and strengthens community through equitable access to learning and leisure. Next slide, please. The role that the public library has in today's community is broader and more important than ever before. The services the library provides revolve not just around stacks of books, but we're an essential contributor to social connections, building resiliency, education, literacy, play, recreation, and many more facets that build healthy and strong communities. The public library really facilitates education, employment, entrepreneurship, empowerment, and engagement for everybody. Next slide, please. Oh, papers are sticking together. So LPL has seen a great deal of success over more than our century of service to the community. In the most recent community satisfaction survey administered by the City of Lethbridge, the public library continued to enjoy high ratings, with 88% of citizens surveyed somewhat or very satisfied with library services, and this is an increase of 2% from the previous survey in 2020. 90% deemed library services somewhat important or very important, a 3% increase from 2020. And citizens are increasingly rating the library as very important in their lives, with this rating rising continuously over the last 3 surveys to a high of 67% in this year. The library tied for 5th place in the top city services residents are satisfied with, and the survey ranks the public library as a strength within the city. The 2022 survey also found that more than half of residents had used the library in the past 12 months, and I need to highlight that this number is typically higher, but with COVID restrictions, we were closed for much of the 12 months before, so it's definitely impacted. Next slide, please. The library also does regular internal surveys to measure satisfaction with the library in the community and to identify areas where we can improve. The most recent of these was completed this past summer and showed high rates of satisfaction with library staff, collections, and the library overall. We had a total of 443 respondents, and 79% of those were current library card holders and 19% were non-card holders. Our highest rated services are library staff, collections, and facilities, with our biggest areas of opportunity being library hours and perceptions of safety related to the downtown branch. Next slide, please. The community's main use of the library is still very focused on physical spaces, including browsing the collection, checking out materials, and attending a library program or event. When asked what they would improve, the 3 highest rated answers were expanded hours, additional collections, and more programs. Next slide, please. The library receives regular recognition for the work we do, often through awards and for a variety of services and programs. And these were some of the most recent ones we were honored with. The library was named a Reconciliation Champion in 2019 by RLAC. We received the Business Excellence Award for Inclusive Hiring Practices by the Job Links Employment Center. We received a special award from the Canadian Mental Health Association, And we received the Minister's Award for Excellence in Library Service in 2020 for the Big Truck Petting Zoo program, which was a partnership with the City of Lethbridge. Next slide, please. But of course, what matters more than awards and recognition is the impact on the people of the community who use the library and who don't use the library. People come to the library for a wide variety of reasons, and the needs we serve are broad. We're not just a nice to have, we're a must to have for many. I've included here a few quotes from our public survey about how the library impacts some of the people in our community. During COVID lockdowns in particular, we learned that the library is an essential community space for people. Next slide, please. Even with our doors physically closed for some of the pandemic, the community continued to use LPL as a key community resource as we expanded services in other ways. I am sharing statistics from 2021 since that was our last full operational year, but please note that some of these were significantly impacted by COVID restrictions and closures. We loaned almost 900,000 physical items in 2021. We saw an increase of those borrowing digital items over the pandemic to almost 300,000 in that year. The number of active library cards was definitely impacted by the pandemic, with about 18,000 library cards in active use during 2021. Use of public computers and Wi-Fi to access the internet remained an important service with 58,000 sessions. LPL remains a resource hub for the region with more than 120,000 items loaned to libraries throughout the region. LPL staff answered nearly 9,000 requests for information, and program attendance was over 20,000. That program attendance was almost purely virtual in 2021. Next slide, please. So the library is governed by the City of Lethbridge Library Board. It's a group of community volunteers who, together with library staff and management, ensure that the community of Lethbridge enjoys the best library service possible. The Library Board operates under a policy governance model and is responsible for developing the plan of service and preparing the budget to present to Council, which I'm here to present to you today, the Board's draft budget. Next slide, please. The Library Board and management work together to absorb as many budget pressures as possible within our existing budget, including these three major pressures. Funding for a third security guard for all open hours at the main branch. So our previous 4-year budget included funding for one security guard only, so we were able to absorb the cost for the 2 additional guards through budget efficiencies and a budget relief from Chinook Arch membership fees as a result of the pandemic. We went fine-free in 2020, which prioritizes materials recovery over charging late fees, and no-fee memberships. So in the last 4-year budget, Council provided 1 year of replacement revenue for no-fee memberships, but required the library to find replacement revenue internally for the next 3 years. The Library Board's goal is to remain with no-fee memberships, and initiatives to replace this revenue are currently being explored. Next slide, please. The library receives operating funds from 4 sources, with the largest portion coming from municipal taxation. We receive about 10% of our funding from the provincial government, as well as additional grants, donations, and sales of goods and services. Grants include our provincial per capita operating grant and the Community Adult Learning Program grant that funds our Read On Adult Literacy and Learning Program. Other revenues include grants to operate our Word on the Street Festival, donations from the Friends of the Library, general donations, and program-specific sponsorships and fundraising. And our non-tax-based revenue is sales of goods and services, so things like photocopying and printing, room rentals, library merchandise, program fees, and 2 grants received from Chinook Arch Regional Library System. Next slide, please. Overall, our 2023 to 2026 budget includes some small operational expense increases and a wage pressure, which I will detail on the next slide. We have kept our revenues steady in our budget ask, even though we have seen a drop in revenue from sales of goods and services over the last 2 years. We hope to be able to recover those to pre-pandemic levels. Next slide, please. So these are the details of the changes in the operating budget expenses from 2022 to 2026. The first 2 numbers you'll note are numbers provided directly from the city. So there's an estimated increase per year to our insurance premiums. Inflation pressure is calculated at 1% per year for supplies and contractual services only. So this is things like our security contracts and our supplies budgets. The Library Board is required to develop a new strategic plan every 3 to 5 years, and this is included in the Alberta Libraries Act. The next plan is due in 2027, so the funds for this will be required in 2026. And the last item is wage pressure from READ-ON. Because READ-ON is largely funded by grants, wages funded by those grants don't receive city funding to cover negotiated wage increases, so the library must contribute additional funds to maintain the same level of service. So this identifies that pressure. Next slide, please. The board is responsible for providing the strategic direction for the library and developing a budget that supports that direction. So the board's 2022 to 2026 plan of service identifies 6 major goals, which have informed the 2 initiatives being put forward to council. And they prioritize community use of the library, ensuring residents feel true value for their tax dollar. Next slide, please. The first initiative is community safety and recovery. So public libraries are naturally a place that many people in the community spend time. People experiencing addictions, homelessness, and mental health crises often see the library as a safe space to be when there's nowhere else to go. Library staff are not traditionally trained to handle many of the complex situations that may arise with someone in crisis. And public libraries are increasingly creating positions like this one to better serve the needs of the population and support the library staff in making the library a safe space for everyone. So this initiative proposes to create an ongoing crisis intervention worker position at the library. The main goals of the initiative are to ensure that library patrons are able to access the library in safe, meaningful, and respectful ways. The position will focus on building relationships, providing informal counseling and referral services, basic education, recognizing and de-escalating verbal and physical crisis situations, approaching behavior modification from a human-centered approach, and training library staff in supporting crisis response. The impact on our current service level, is anticipated to be an increased responsiveness to community concerns around safety at the library, enhanced quality of services and responses to crisis incidents for marginalized and vulnerable populations, and to grow the availability and efficiency of mental health and addictions referrals in the community. Next slide, please. Our second initiative, excuse me while I get to my paper. The services that public libraries provide in their communities contribute to economic growth through the provision of business and entrepreneurial supports, accessible education at all stages of life, and job seeking and skill development. Often the availability of these services and easy access is hindered by a lack of awareness and staff being tied to physical service points. The ability to get outside the library's walls to reach those who don't know about or can't access library services greatly enhances our ability to serve our community at point of need. Many public libraries employ an outreach position to expand library services outside of the library's walls, reach underserved populations, and provide targeted services that meet unmet community needs. So this initiative supports creation of a library outreach position, which is key to the Library Board's 5-year strategic plan, which again prioritizes increasing usage and membership of the library. The ability for the library to build partnerships, enhance capacity also grows as we extend our reach into the community and connect with organizations and groups who may not already be aware of services, resources, and spaces. So the anticipated impacts of this position are to improve responsiveness to community needs, increase availability of library services and resources within the community, and enhance customer satisfaction through accessibility to library services. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the board's 2023 to 2026 draft budget to you today. Myself and Vice Chair Angela Viola are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I do have questions. Appreciate the presentation, and I start off with Councillor Middleton Hope.
Good. Thank you very much for the presentation. I appreciate it. And I want to, it's really a statement as much as anything else, which includes some comments about the presentation that you've made. So I very much appreciated the Word on the Street program that has been offered on a number of years, but this year seemed to be very successful except for the WASPs that were around. I am also encouraged by the increase in security personnel for the library. As you know, I have concerns about people's safety at the library, so I will make a statement in that regard now. So Ms. Plato, I want to thank you for the presentation. I want to be clear about recent comments in social media that have been attributed to me specifically. I do not now, nor am I asking for the termination of any member of the library board or library staff. So let's be clear about that. I'm highly supportive of the work that you do. I'm also mindful of my request to improve partnerships to enhance security at the downtown library. The recent survey indicated 86% did not feel the library was a safe place, and I am very much encouraged by the transition and the presentation that you've made to continue to work with initiatives and partners on creating a safe and inclusive environment. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for putting that in the presentation.
Can I clarify that number for you?
Which number is
The
that?
86%. So just to be clear, what I've presented is 58% of people felt completely or very satisfied with their feelings of safety. 20% were moderately satisfied, 10% unable to rate. 12% indicated that they were very little or not satisfied with feelings of safety at the library. It is definitely one of our areas of opportunity, but I just want to clarify what the survey numbers say.
The survey I'm referring to is the one in the Herald.
Oh, I apologize. I'm not familiar with it.
In any event, we have some work to do, and I look forward to being able to accomplish that over the next 4 years. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. And I do have a question. It's Viola, right? Is that correct? Is there a budget in the board for, or maybe Ms. Plato, you can answer this, for board training? Is there a budget?
There is, yes.
There is. Can you tell me if you have a social media policy?
Yes, we do.
You do. Thank you. And is it important to have, I would imagine, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for the presentation. Nice to see you. Just sort of thinking about, I mean, it's been that whole 2-year COVID thing, if you may recall. Were there, as negative as that was, were there any positives that you could get from it, knowing what you can do and what you maybe you didn't think you could do over that course of time? It's sort of almost a philosophical question.
Yeah, so like a lot of different organizations and libraries in particular, we had to very quickly decide how we can serve our community when our physical doors were closed. And at the beginning, actually, we weren't even able to circulate materials as science around the virus was progressing, and we didn't know if it could be transferred on materials, that sort of thing. So like everybody else, we had about a day to figure out what we would do. And again, key to what we provide is physical spaces. There's no doubt about it. The majority of people still use the library. They come to the library. So it did allow us to explore how we might provide services in different ways. We already had a really comprehensive online collection starting, because ebooks, databases, that sort of thing have long been part of libraries' collections. So we were able to continue providing services through that. We went to online memberships and online renewals really quickly, and that was thanks to Chinook Arch Regional Library System. And then we started exploring virtual programming. How can we reach people, who can't be at the library but still want to have their child have access to early literacy story times, or still want to be able to hear an author speak? And so we were able to start doing those things really quickly within the first week. And we discovered that there was a need for it early on. And then we discovered over the 2 years that people kind of went away from that. They wanted to start coming back to the library. But we were able to trial things like curbside services as well, which is we continue doing as another way to serve those who might have mobility issues, might have trouble finding parking, and that sort of thing. So we're still exploring how we can continue some of those things on to serve those audiences while still maintaining all of the things that happen within the branches in a day.
Do you find there is a trend to much more technology, like right across Canada, as far as, I mean, you always have to go to the library. That'll never go away. But is there a trend to a little more online, like as you alluded to, or has that faded now that we've kind of dealt with it?
I don't know that it's faded. I would say that it has stabilized over the past many years. So again, we do offer ebooks and downloadable audiobooks and some different services that you can access online. People have picked it up. We've been offering those for many years, about 10 years. So people have picked it up, but it's really stabilized. It hasn't replaced the use of the physical library. What we have found is it's just given people another way to access it. So it continues to, people continue to use it, and it's popular, but again, we've seen it as an addition to services versus a replacement.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Mr. Campbell. Yeah, Mayor, Mr. Campbell too. Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much both for the presentation. A couple questions, and I guess they're two in one part. I'm taking a look at the ongoing support for the full-time crisis intervention worker and the outreach position. With the crisis intervention worker starting at $87,700 and the outreach position starting at $99,600. Does that include benefits, or is that just the wage?
That includes all costs of having an employee, so it does include the 24% EWS. Yes.
Okay. And then because you did absorb costs internally to achieve some of the other goals, so the main branch security, the fine-free and no-fee memberships, if we weren't able to fund these two positions, would you look internally to make other cuts to fund these two positions?
Yeah, I think it's one of the things similar to actually how the Police Commission responded is until we know what our budget is, it's hard to make those decisions. But we definitely, both of these are key to the board's strategic plan. So depending on what the funds are available, we will definitely have to look at what we can do internally and what the priorities are. Again, what that looks like is difficult to say without knowing what the budget is, but we would definitely be looking at what the priorities are in terms of serving our community and how we can make those things happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one question in regards to the Bookmobile, which is a great outreach program that you utilize. Are you planning on expanding it in the future? Do you need additional resources in regards to the delivery of services through that medium? Can you perhaps address that?
So the usage of the Bookmobile has changed dramatically over the past 30-ish years. And so one of the things that we have found over the last several years is that its traditional usage, which was initially schools, has really gone down for various reasons, partly due to my understanding is liability issues in terms of teachers bringing students out of the classroom and off the library property makes it harder for them to visit. So one of the things that we're doing right now, and it's in our operational plan actually, is reviewing what the Bookmobile service looks like, who it's serving, and how we can best utilize it. So we're not looking at an expansion of the Bookmobile at this time, but what we are looking at doing is seeing how we can make sure that the resources that it uses are being put to best use to serve the community.
Just wondering if partnering with groups like Green Acres as an example and bringing large print books out to senior centers might be an advantage.
Yeah, and so we actually do that already. It's not through the Bookmobile, but we do internally. It's called Van Run. So basically, bins of books are brought to seniors organizations, and they're swapped out every 3 months or so that there is resources available there.
Often brought by service groups like Rotary and so forth.
The library, we do our own, so we bring our own, but there may be other groups who are doing something similar.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. At some point, you made a decision to go membership free, I guess, and fine free. Well, the fine free, I kind of get it, but why and how much could you raise if you reinstated membership fees?
Yeah, so we like to say no fee membership because we don't want to be membership free. We want to be membership full, in fact. But yes, no fee memberships. So very few libraries, particularly kind of the size of the municipality of Lethbridge, charge membership fees anymore in Alberta. In fact, we're the last of the Big Ten to have charged, aside from Medicine Hat, which I believe charges a very nominal fee. And the reason for that is that they have been shown to be a barrier to use. And And so the idea is that we want everybody to be able to access the library. Again, people who might not be able to afford that fee, we don't want it to keep them from being able to, enhance their life skills or do those things that you get through a library membership. So this was an initiative that was put forward in the last budget, and again was supported by council. And the board's goal is to keep it going, but we also understand there's a financial piece to that. So before the pandemic, we raised somewhere around $100,000 a year for memberships. We have not charged in 4 years, so it's very difficult to say whether it was recoverable. And the problem with that fee is that it's never a guarantee, right? It's not like garbage collection where everybody has to pay it. So we have talked about, and we continue to talk about that with the board, whether it's something that we need to consider reinstating. The difficulty with including as part of the budget is that there's no way to know how much we will be able to raise through that again.
You don't know how many people would just not come anymore.
That's right. And the other thing that happens because we charged fees for so many years is that many people share memberships in Lethbridge. So we know that the actual usage of our library is much higher than the number of cards because people get used to sharing in an environment where you have to pay for the card.
Thank you. I have a question here. So before the pandemic, you had that number. What was the library cards before? Roughly, what was that number?
The number of cards?
Of cards, yeah.
We were at about 24,000 in 2019.
24,000. Because I remember the initiative, if we go to a no charge, it would very much increase it. But did I not see that it was 18,000 now? So it went down with offering free?
Well, it went up in the first year of offering free memberships, about 20%. I'm trying to remember the number. So that was 2019 was our first year. So the numbers did go up. But again, over the course of the pandemic, as the library's doors were closed, all of our stats went down. So we're definitely at including library card holders. So if you weren't able to come into the library and take out a book, some people just didn't renew their membership. This is very typical. Every public library across Canada has experienced something similar. So definitely our goal is to get that number back up.
They all sit around that 16% in other communities of actual card members, because I'm looking at if it's 18,000, 16, 17% of the community would have an active card, is what you're saying, right?
So no, so it's very different across provinces. So most provinces have never allowed library cards to have membership fees, and so those provinces tend to have much higher membership numbers. So for Alberta, the typical number is closer to the 25% of the population, and again, as far as we know, it's tied to the fact that Alberta libraries did charge for many years for membership fees, and so again, people found different workarounds. So I'm not sure what the numbers are post-pandemic for Alberta libraries, but the goal we'd be looking at is 25%. 25%,
okay. And the next question, I could find online board policies as one of my previous questions here. Are they listed online?
Not all policies are online.
Would you be able to forward them to this committee?
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you very much. I see no further questions, so I want to thank you for your presentation, and also to those members here that are on the board. Thank you very much for being here and for your service to the community. And I'm just wondering and I know we've got another presentation up here quickly, but I'm just wondering a 5-minute bio break if we could here. So it's 11:05, even by 11:15 we'll be back. And I apologize, I know that we've got another presentation here coming up, but just give a quick break. All right. Thank you for allowing us a few minutes for a leg stretch and a break. So thank you very much for that. We do have a presentation. Mr. Robin Heffer and Vic Mensch, Board Chair for Chinook Arch Regional Library System. Vic Mensch again, he says?
I know, you get that sense of deja vu. Say, like,
Right.
haven't we been here before? Yes, but
Thank you, Mr. Mensch.
unfortunately, you're going to have to look at my visage for a few more minutes. But thank you to the members of the Economic SPCA for allowing us to make the presentation. Budget as well as the levy that Robin is going to talk about. The city and Chinook Arch have been partners for a long time. In fact, ever since Chinook Arch began, we were partners. And that's been a very, very productive partnership for Chinook Arch, and we hope it's been a very productive partnership for the city of Lethbridge too. And you know, we want to continue that, and we want to let you know what's happening with Chinook Arch and how that's going to continue to enhance the quality of life in Lethbridge. So I'm going to bring up Robin Heffer, and he's going to give you the report and answer all the difficult questions that you may have.
Well, thank you very much, Vic, and thank you to Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for the opportunity to talk about Chinook Arch and what we see for the future and how much we think it might cost us. As Vic mentioned, Chinook Arch and the City of Lethbridge have been working together for a long time, and of course the Lethbridge Public Library as well. Just by way of background, Chinook Arch is a member-governed library service organization, so our principal clientele is the City of Lethbridge, the City of Lethbridge Library Board, and of course the 40 other member municipalities and 30 some odd other library boards within the southwestern corner of the province. And you can sort of see a map there of our catchment area. Basically, the southwestern corner of Alberta is the population that we serve. And I think that probably the most simple way to explain what Chinook Arch is that Chinook Arch provides operational and governance framework for you as a municipality to collaborate with your municipal neighbors in the delivery of enhanced library services. And so that's basically why Chinook Arch exists. Go to the next slide if you don't mind, thank you. So as Vic mentioned, Chinook Arch has been around for 30 years. This is in fact our 30th anniversary, so it's been an exciting year for us. In the late 80s, southwestern Alberta was the only part of the province that did not enjoy a regional library service, so there was an initiative on the part of some library boards and municipal councillors to bring the service into this area. And so a steering committee was struck, and they went out and kind of did a traveling roadshow, visited councils, visited library boards, and talked to them about what a regional library service in this area might potentially look like. And Vic Mensch, who is our current chair, was actually involved at that time on that steering committee and has been involved with Chinook Arch ever since. As you can tell, Vic is the type of person who devotes a lot of his free time to community initiatives, cultural and not-for-profit things, and we sure appreciate the continuity of his knowledge on all things library and library system. So anyway, after that consultation process, a draft agreement was created, and in 1992, 22 councils signed on to that agreement, and that's essentially what brought the system into existence. Since that time, we've continued to add members. Even as recently as 2021, the town of Nobleford joined, bringing us to full system completion, as we call it, meaning that every municipality that can possibly join the system is now part of Chinook Arch, which means that no matter where you live in southern Alberta, whether your municipality offers a library service or not, you have access to a relatively equitable level of library services, either through your own library or through the library in a neighboring community. Our current service population, just by way of information, is just over 200,000. So the City of Lethbridge does represent just under half of our total population. Yeah. I guess I'll open my folder here to see where I'm at. I'll just give a quick, sorry, I can go to the next slide. Thank you. just a quick rundown of the services that we provide. So we tend to focus on areas where there are economies of scale that can be realized, or where it makes sense to do something in a centralized way. One of the biggest things that we do is bibliographic services, which basically means that anything related to the materials that are in your library. And in that sense, Shinnecourt is kind of a purchasing agent for the City of Lethbridge, or the Library Board, and all of the other library boards within the system. So if there is a book that you'd like, that the library staff at Lethbridge Public Library would like to see on the shelf, they simply, rather than having to go through the effort of ordering it, they simply send Shinnecourt a list, and we will purchase those items. The items come to Shinnecourt, we make them shelf ready, and then send them out to the libraries on our delivery vans. And what that does is it allows the local library board to invest their efforts and their funding on value-added services for the public, so things like programming and helping people across the desk, and while we do the boring stuff behind the scenes. Of course, it makes more sense for one person to order 40 copies of a book than for 40 people to order one copy of a book. And we do, in fact, on behalf of the City of Lethbridge, I keep saying the City of Lethbridge, but it's really the Lethbridge Public Library Board, order library materials and other things like technology, purchase almost $1 million worth of items on a given year. So including library materials and computers and things like that. We do run a robust IT network, so everything that libraries do is networked these days. So all the software that the system runs on, the check-in, check-out software, all of that is managed at Shinnecourt, as well as all of the other network management aspects, and an IT help desk as well. So if there's a problem with a computer in the library, then we have staff that will do that. Just saves the expense of having to find that sort of expertise locally. Resource sharing and delivery. So one of our big services is moving materials from one library to another. Even though each library in the system is independently governed, the whole system does effectively operate as a large multi-branch library, so every library has agreed to share their resources. And Tara had mentioned that in 2021, the City of Lethbridge lent 120,000 items to other libraries in the system. The library users here also do borrow library items from other libraries in the system, and on that same year, actually, we brought in 130,000 items from around the system. So there is a nice give and take between Lethbridge, even though Lethbridge is by far the largest library in the system. They still do make use of the holdings of the other libraries within the system as well. Online resources, so Tara had also made reference to downloadable audiobooks, ebooks. There are things like online resources, e-magazines, and things like that. All of those services are provided by Shinnecourt. These are very expensive services, and so, but by working together as a region, we can make them available to all residents of the region. We've also been embarking a little bit, kind of getting out into the libraries. We've received some grant funding to provide some digital literacy programming. And so we see that as a growth area for us, actually getting out of our offices, getting into the libraries, providing training in the public. Providing programming is a very expensive and time-consuming thing for especially a small library, and in particular a library that sometimes, in many cases, only has 1 or 2 staff members. To provide programming is just very difficult for them, so we are developing in our next plan of service, which I'll talk about in a moment, some initiatives to actually get out and provide some of that programming for residents of the smaller communities and Lethbridge as well. Next slide. So as I mentioned, there is a system agreement that lays out in broad terms the responsibilities of the Shinnecourt Library Board and the local library board, so who is responsible for which aspect of library service. Because that agreement is fairly broad, we supplement it periodically with the development of a plan of service. So we speak to our member library staff or member library boards, and we say, what are you seeing in your libraries? How would you like us to best support you over the next 4-year period? And that goes into our plan of service. So the 2023 through 2026 plan of service was approved by the Shinnecourt Library Board at its August meeting. And I think you can go to the next slide if you don't mind. So some of the initiatives that we are looking at, in the wake of COVID, one of the concerns we had was that people would no longer wish to come to the library, or they would develop new habits in the meantime, new ways to enter, to find what they were finding previously at the library. We do see that people are returning to the library, and that's very heartening for sure, but we heard from our libraries that they want us to help them develop initiatives to bring people back into the library. I mentioned the programming and programming support that we are increasing, and that can include hiring a programming coordinator, as well as purchasing things like programming kits. So basically a ready-made kit, we can send the kit out to the library and basically contains a bin of materials, whether it's games or other activities that the library can use to offer programming to children or young adults or even adults. We're hoping to help the libraries reach out of their four walls, get out into the community. So for a lot of folks, especially for people that are newly located to Canada, using a public library isn't part of necessarily where part of their life where they grew up, and so entering a public library is often an intimidating experience. So we want to reach out, get out into the community, support the library boards in getting out into the community, signing people up at things like county fairs or parades and things like that. So setting up a table, getting a library card into someone's hand, getting a book or a DVD into their hands, and talking to them about what the library can offer them. Technology support, so what we're seeing is that there's a real change in how people are using technology. Not everyone's purchasing a computer anymore, and certainly people are not purchasing things like printers at the same level as they used to. So people are coming increasingly into the libraries and saying, you know, I've got this document, I need to print it, I don't have a printer, I don't have a computer, how can I get this thing that's on my phone onto a piece of paper? And so that also increases, of course, a certain demand on the local library staff, and so we're looking at technological solutions to support those types of services, and kind of shifting our focus to supporting the libraries in serving the immigrant communities that are showing up in growing numbers across southwestern Alberta. So those are the main kind of planks of our 2023 through 2026 plan of service. Next slide. I'll just talk a little bit about our funding and budget. So the bulk of our revenue comes from municipal fees. So we are member-funded organization primarily.
You're getting close to wiping up here, are you?
Yes.
The timeline is okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yep. So the municipal fees make up the bulk of our revenue. There's also roughly $1 million that comes from the provincial government in terms of operating grants. The levy schedule has to be approved by member councils. And so in order for a new levy schedule to be approved, it requires the approval of 2/3 of councils representing 2/3 of the total population served. I can go to the next. So this is our proposed levy schedule for 2023 through 2026. As you can see, we've tried to keep the inflation or the increases very modest, well below inflationary amounts. Our cost pressures are primarily due to increased price of fuel, and equipment, and so that's primarily what is reflected in our request here for the levy increases over the next 4 years. So I will say that we've tried to keep this as modest as possible. We did roll our levy back in 2020 to 776. The highest levy of 832 per capita in 2026 is actually 9 cents per capita lower than the levy schedule that your council and the other councils had approved previously in 2018. So I think that is my last slide. Happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Thank you very much for the presentation. And I know that I do have questions here. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation. Just want to make an observation, which is actually a kudo to Chinook Arch Library Board. The cross-training that you're talking about doing for some of your personnel in regards to some aspects of their functions or functionality, which would be in terms of technology, applications, and so forth. I certainly applaud the cross-training approach because it certainly builds capacity, it enhances staff morale, and it also enhances the user experience and skills for your staff. So thank you. And perhaps other areas of the corporation, the Lethbridge Public Library, for example, might consider, and I'm sure they are doing some of that, but I really like to hear those kinds of activities where we're looking internally to develop the skill sets of our employees. So I certainly provide you with some kudos in that regard. So thank you.
Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Mr. Heffer and Mr. Mensch, for your presentation. Just a few questions. So we're taking a look at, I'm taking a look at the proposed levy schedule with our current municipal levy of $7.76, and that is per person.
That's right, yes.
So when we calculate that out, right now we're looking at $700,000, well, about $7,800,000 in total from the city of Lethbridge. When I look at the annual increase of the 17, 16, 13, why do you have a decreasing increase on the levy going throughout the years?
Well, I guess in terms of we always start with the plan of service, of course, so we sort of see what, if we want to succeed in the plan of service, how do we invest our revenues? And pretty much most of what we do involves staffing, so so what we see, I think, over the next several years is a change in our staffing complement. So we'll see either a redeployment of our current staff or changes in staff. And so because that is our principal expense, we're able to control that fairly, I guess, yeah. We're able to control that very well. And so, so yeah, that's, I guess, we found that it wasn't necessary to continue with the significant increases, and as we got closer to toward the end of the budget cycle, we're able to cover off on those costs. So we're cognizant that for most municipal councils, there are significant revenue pressures. We know that there are additional costs that councils are taking on as a result of changes in provincial funding models and services that are being required to be funded by municipal councils that were formerly funded by the province. So policing is a big one of those. Some of those costs are being downloaded. There's also reductions for a lot of, especially rural municipalities, in revenue from things like lineal, like resource revenue and that kind of thing. So we tried to keep the increases as modest as we felt that we could, and yeah. So, but beyond that, there wasn't a particular rhyme or reason. It was just like, this is what our budget shows that we are going to need for those particular years.
All right, thank you for that. Now, we just heard from Lethbridge Public Library, and they outline as well in their plan of service community outreach and need for community outreach. You have that as well in yours. So how will you work with Lethbridge Public Libraries to supplement their community outreach proposal?
Well, one thing that we do is we make our services available in an equitable way across the system. So we can provide staff, we can provide the technology to join with them in attending events outside of the building. So basically, whatever sort of request we might receive from Lethbridge Public Library, we're happy to show up and be there to support them through personnel time and equipment and things like that.
Okay, so it is possible to supplement those services with Lethbridge Public Library then through the fees that we pay to you?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Those services. Yeah. And then I guess just in lines with that, what programming support have you offered Lethbridge Public Library, particularly over the past year? I mean, can't really count the COVID year, but what other programming support have you offered Lethbridge Public Library over this past year that they've been able to take advantage of?
Well, our big programming that we have been offering over the last little while is called the Digital Literacy Exchange Program. And that is, that was kind of our big first foray into offering programming, like direct programming in the libraries. And that, we received the funding prior to COVID, and when COVID hit, we had to, of course, pivot to an online delivery, or what we ended up doing was just delivering digital literacy kits. And so that is one program that is available to the library. Programming support, we have extensive collections of library programming materials that are available, so things like a large checker set or giant Connect 4 and that kind of thing. So all of those materials are available to the Lethbridge Public Library Board. I don't have stats on how often those materials might have been accessed by the Lethbridge Library during the past year, but like I say, everything that we do for all of the members is available to the Lethbridge Public Library as well.
Well, you spoke directly about the digital program. What was the name of that again?
Digital Literacy Exchange Program.
Was that offered at Lethbridge Public Library?
Actually, now that I think about it, That one may be one where, because of the constraints of the grant funding, we were not able to offer that one.
I was going to say, that's what I thought. I didn't think it was available. That was only to the smaller libraries in the region.
Yes, yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, as I think about it, that is totally correct. Yeah, so, yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much.
I see no further questions, so thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Heffler and Mr. Mensch. Thank you.
Great, thank you, and thank you for your support of the system. Thank you.
Expect Mr. Mensch back again?
No. I'm going home to take a nap.
Okay, as council or members of Standing Policy Committee, councils, we do have a presentation that was going to be after lunch, and the members are here. Is that okay to listen to that at this time? Yep. We're okay? All right, perfect. So first off, I do have a motion from Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, Boards and Commissions 2023 to 2026 operating budget presentations. Be resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee refer the following to the November Economic Standing Policy Committee 2023 to 2026 operating budget deliberations. Lethbridge Police Commission 2023 to 2026 budget presentation. Sir Alexander Galt Museum and Archives 2023 to 2026 budget presentations. Lethbridge Public Library 2023 to 2026 budget presentations. And Chinook Arch Regional Library System member levy. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We've heard from these four organizations this morning. Certainly appreciate their members coming in to do those presentations and appreciate the work that they do for our community. If there's no debate or questions from any other members of council, I will call the vote.
I see no one in the queue, so questions have been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So carries. And we will move on to presentation by Jennifer Petratic-Kolb and Mr. Ashley Matthews. No, okay, with the YMCA.
Morning and thank you, Mayor Higgin and community members. My name is Jennifer Petratic-Kolb and I'm the CEO of the YMCA of Lethbridge, here today to present to you on our operating subsidy request for 2023 to 2026. We can proceed to the next slide. So in the sake of brevity this morning, wanted to present with you a bit of a membership update related to the Corvan Ray YMCA at ATB Centre, which is a city-owned facility that is operated by the YMCA of Lethbridge. And just wanted to make note on the slide here in the February 2020 section, that should read as March 15th, 2020 is when the YMCA, as well as all other recreational facilities in Alberta and much of Canada, were closed due to the pandemic. So the request that we have today relates much to a couple of things, one being a membership decrease as a result of COVID, and then the inflationary pressures that you've heard much about these last few days as a result as well. One thing important to highlight, I think, for this committee and for council is that we've had a really substantial increase in the amount of members that receive and request financial assistance to participate in YMCA programs or to be members at the YMCA. So you can see in the last two lines of this slide, August 2021, we had 500 members receiving financial assistance, and that increased in just 1 year to almost 1,600 members. So huge demand for the financial assistance and for the YMCA programs as a result of the pandemic, as we've seen in other YMCAs across the country. Next slide. So based on the agreement that the YMCA has with the City of Lethbridge, the operating subsidy amounts that were agreed to and then remitted to the YMCA were in 2019 over $2 million, and then returned to the city based on the agreement wording $682,000, decreasing to 2022, the current year that we're in, to $285,000. And at the end of July, we were looking at a potential projected loss from the operations of the YMCA of $165,000 for the year of 2022. which would make the operating subsidy round out to about $400,000 per year required for us to meet all of our objectives and goals as identified by both the city and the YMCA for that facility. Some key accomplishments that we did realize through 2019 to 2022, keeping in mind that we were only operational for 10 months in this brand new facility when the pandemic had us closed for much of the next year and a half based on the various restrictions. Part of our strategic plan that was developed back in 2020 was to get really involved and implement community development programs, specifically for demographics that we weren't currently serving to the rates that we wish to at our previous location, specifically in this case, seniors and youth. Over the last almost 4 years, we have tripled our aquatics program, primarily through life-saving swim lessons. We have started before and after school licensed childcare at the Corvan Ray YMCA. And that includes offering a licensed summer day camp this last year, and we'll continue to do that in the upcoming summers. That's important to note because through offering licensed day camp, that means that families that require childcare through the summer can be eligible for government subsidy if they qualify based on income. So that is a real cost savings for some parents looking for that care for their school-aged children over those summer months. We have increased our rental contracts, rental agreements throughout the facility, and we're able to retain our tenants through the pandemic, which is not the case for a lot of YMCAs that had tenants within their locations, simply because those businesses could not afford to continue to be operational. This last July, we did increase our facility hours, so we are actually offering slightly more hours per week than we were prior to the closure due to the pandemic. And we have had to maintain, and in some cases, increase staff presence at peak times due to a variety of security issues that we were starting to identify through the facility. Next slide, please. In 2021 and 2022, we have partnered with Alberta Health Services to offer Back on Our Feet, which is a mental health recovery program for adults who are looking to be removed from system supports and into independence. Also, we have pivoted to offer lunch and after-school drop-in programming so that we could engage youth in very productive and important ways within the facility. We've increased family drop-in playtimes, been involved with community events that we were not previously involved in, and we're really proud to say that we recognized the living wage for Lethbridge for all of our staff positions, with the exception of one key demographic, that being our youth slide attendants, who are almost at the $19 per hour of the living wage. And we had a couple of new sponsors come on board, which was really important and unheard of in many ways through the pandemic for most YMCAs and other similar size operations or similar facilities. Next slide, please. You'll see on this slide, and I won't go through a whole bunch of detail, but the YMCA was eligible for and did apply for many types of pandemic support through 2020 and 2021 so that we could meet our requirements to be operational. As a charity, the YMCA had the benefit to be able to go ahead and apply for these many forms of support programming. The ones that are listed at the bottom, the CSJ funding, that's Canada Summer Job Grant funding, we have applied for that for many, many summers and have always qualified and will continue to do so because there's so much employment opportunity with us for youth in our community as a result of the funding of that federal program. So in total, almost $3.5 million of grant funding was accessed by the YMCA through the pandemic. Next slide, please. So our request today, and you can read, of course, all about that in the report that was submitted, is $372,000 for 2023 and increasing incrementally to $392,000 to 2026. And this is based on clause 10.4 of the operating agreement between the YMCA of Lethbridge and the city of Lethbridge that says that when we get to about this point in 2022, we would come back and make a request if operating subsidy was determined to be required for us to remain operational. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that presentation. I do have a question here. So we see a lot of the pandemic support over the years of different organizations, and seeing some of the support that was accessed by the Y, which is fantastic to see the queues, and it looks like we had, with the grant funding and the approval of some of this additional support, that we've was able to really help with those expenses. What is the staff number prior to the pandemic that you had, total number of staff members?
Yeah, so our staff is actually recovered to be at that same level. So we are at about 200 staff people over the course of the year. Of course, that increases over the summer as we have more programs for youth in the facility, specifically day camping programs and more swim programs. But on average, we have about 200 staff employed.
With the complete closure for the pandemic,
oh, yes.
How many of those staff members were laid off?
Oh,
and were able to
189.
access? 189
Yeah.
were laid off, so there's 11 staff that stayed on throughout the closure.
Yeah, so if you recall at the time, there was going to be this temporary closure for about 2 weeks till we sort of curbed this pandemic. And then we continued to adjust as we went through. So, laid off a couple more, brought more on as we were permitted to reopen under restrictions, and went on that way with recalling staff and laying off staff for about 18 months.
That help and support to get them to access the services that were available there, prior to the layoffs. Is that, because there's many of them that were laid off that obviously would have went on CERB or another form of support. That was support with the Y was able to guide them to those directions. Is that fair to say?
Sorry, is your question the remaining staff? What?
The staff that were actually laid off, the Y was able to help them understand that there's another way to access those. Okay.
Yes. Oh, yes, we did much.
I want to make sure that they were taken care of, because of course is a difficult that many different businesses and corporations went through, and so to be able to make sure that they were directed to where they could receive that support. So, and then they were brought back on, pretty much back up to what you had before.
A few times.
Yeah, as I was seeing one of the slides here as I'm scrolling back through, which is in a year's time almost, close to doubling members. So obviously that revenue is at a substantive increase, which is fantastic. So it's a question I have now, and Councillor Midland Hope.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I use the facility every day, at least as many days in the week that I can get there. And the facility is fantastic. So is the staff, just as an indication. I have 4 questions. Some of them are just fairly quick. Increase in financial assistance from 500 to 1,568. Why?
Why? Because we're seeing many more applicants that come through, slighting inflationary pressures, but also reduced income as the reason why they are making the request. Also, we are very diligent to reach out to folks who claim that they're canceling due to financial pressures, to ensure that they're aware of the financial assistance option to continue with their membership.
Next question. Are we taking on programming to meet needs, or are we finding gainful employment for staff?
Oh, gainful employment for sure. Both. I would say both for that. So we are continuing to evolve our programming to offer additional programming, and to continue to assess to see if our programs are effective, well used, and well utilized, so that we can change the direction if required, or increase programming as required.
Grants, increased or decreased?
For the next 4 years, we would expect that they would remain about the same from other sources, in addition to the operating subsidy. So Canada Summer Jobs, certainly. Important to note that we have a licensed childcare within the YMCA at this point that is now working with the provincial government under the affordability agreement as well. So if you would call that a grant, we would see increase there, but that's really to pay for the portion of the parent fees. That's to balance the offset of what parents won't be paying for childcare through this grant.
And a personal question, are staff encouraged to work out during hours as part of a fitness program?
Staff are encouraged to work out during hours of operation, so long as they're not on shift, unless, of course, their job is to teach a fitness class.
I see. So on shift. Got it. Thank you.
Keeping in mind we're open from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. Yes.
Right. I see no further questions in the queue, so thank you very much for your presentation and all the work you do to support our community.
very much.
John being one of them, over there almost every single day. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Next up, we have a submission from Ms. Jillian Bracken, Community Arts and Culture Manager, regarding the growing creative industries, and a report from commission. Oh my goodness, it's almost time for lunch, right? Report from administration. You have it in your packages. Is there any questions? Is there any presentation, Mr. City Manager or team? There's not a presentation. This is a submission, so it's just open for questions. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Is there anything that the department wants to? Yeah. Seeing none, Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm getting confused by the buttons. It's almost time for a break. I do have a few questions, and these, through you, Mr. Mayor, to your designate. We heard the other day that growing the creative industries also came through EDL's proposal. So we're seeing this report back. I guess my question is this something we can have Economic Development Lethbridge do? Like, we have a direction here to direct administration to develop a creative industries policy and administrative response in accordance with attachment 1, but we also got the proposal from Economic Development Lethbridge. To me, it feels preemptive when we haven't even made it through the budget process that maybe this is something Economic Development Lethbridge could do or something we could direct them to do. So I guess I'm sort of torn on whether I even vote for this recommendation or not when I know that we've got another ask from another organization.
Through the chair, I can start with this answer, and then I may get Jillian to add a little more to it. But I believe it depends how involved in the space the city would like to be. I think it's important for the city to have some involvement, whether or not it goes external or not, to make sure that we're showing the city's policy or procedures. I believe in the report it talks about several different options that the city may provide. Some doesn't have a lot of involvement and costs minimal, but does take time to implement a policy, where there's other options in there that would require more funding and internal. Now, I'll turn it over to Jillian to add anything further than that.
I don't think I have much else to add. This is being offered to City Council as an option. We are able to complete the policy work and the procedural work given enough time without any additional resources needed. My understanding is that EDL's request would come with a price tag, so this is just one option for Council to consider alongside EDL's request.
Okay, so this would not, there is no additional ask or budget pressure that would come from city administration on this. This is just work that could get done now without any additional funding.
Understanding that EDL presented a whole kind of menu of options, and that this would really take us through the first two steps, not into that commissioner role and like the active pursuit of opportunities. This would just be the creation of a policy and an administrative procedure or checklist.
Excellent. Are you wrapped up, Deputy Mayor?
I think so.
All right. We'll move on to Councillor Campbell, and we'll pop back if you have another question.
And that's a wrap. Yeah. I'm just curious. I know we see the Alberta advantages with the Alberta Film and Television Tax Credit, 30%. Is that and I know that can go away depending on the provincial government. Is that right? And do we have consistency on that tax credit, because it's a pretty big deal for filmmakers that want to come to Alberta? Do we know anything about that? Probably.
I don't. I would defer to the city manager or designate. It's probably EDL would be the best to comment upon that.
My only comment, and for the members of council that were there, was at Alberta municipalities last week. There didn't seem to be any indication of change. They seem to be continued importance. So
But it is a part of the Empower government at the time, isn't it? Yeah, okay. All right, thanks.
Excellent. I see no further questions, Ms. Bracken, so thank you very much for taking those questions. And I don't see that Deputy Mayor has an additional question. It was, I saw the steaming going on over here, so you're good?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I guess my question is that because we have a group offering to do this outside and we've got the group offering to do it inside, and maybe this is a question to Councillor Campbell, in making a friendly amendment to the motion, is there some way that we can ensure or put direction in here that Economic Development Lethbridge is involved in this process if we decide not to do the first two options with them and decide to direct administration to do those first two options, then we would need to still grow into those other options that Economic Development Lethbridge was offering. So I just want to make sure that we're not limiting ourselves to the first two options and then not growing out, or is this something that we can direct an outside agency to be doing? Like, I just want to make sure we're not cutting ourselves off by having administration move forward on this without taking into account we have an outside organization who has also come forward to do this. I mean, even part of the submission from our administration includes Economic Development Lethbridge's PowerPoint. So we're using their work, right? So I just want to make sure they are heavily involved in this as well, because we may be needing them going forward.
Is there any?
You created this, I imagine, or
I may be able to comment through the chair. We have no problem. We would work with economic development anyway. It's just about developing the process. A lot of cities have a menu on their website and how filming can engage with the community. So that's what we were planning on doing through this, creating a policy to help have that checklist if somebody wants to film in Lethbridge. And of course, we can involve EDL. We would for sure.
Oh yeah, that'd be fine by me. Just partnership always works, in my mind.
Right, and with I do not see any further questions. I think with the resolution and as the friendly, do we have added to that'll capture that work, or is that understandable without having to have it in the resolution? I think we've heard loud and clear.
Through the chair, whether it is or not, we would have to be involved with them. They are a major stakeholder.
Are you okay then, Deputy Mayor, with the way that the resolution stands?
Yeah, as long as we're clear that Economic Development Lethbridge has to be a major stakeholder in this and that they brought this forward to us first, and I would hate for them to be cut off and cut out of this process when we need them to be assisting.
Perfect. So I do have the resolution then with from Councillor Campbell, Growing Creative Industries, report from administration. Be resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council direct administration, Recreation and Culture and Opportunity Lethbridge to develop a creative industries policy and administrative process in accordance with Attachment 1. I see no questions left here, so debate to open. Councillor Campbell?
Well, I think it's a great opportunity. You only have to look to Fort Macleod to see what kind of impact that the film and TV industry can have, because they get a lot of stuff, and I think this would be nice for us to be a part of any kind of development in this area. And I'm going to update my resume as well. So I would say I ask my colleagues' support on that.
We'll be back. All right. Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So carries. Thank you. And I do have the resolution that from Councillor Middleton Hope, the YMCA of Lethbridge. I skipped forward that, my apologies. 2023 to 2026 budget request presentation. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee refer this matter to the 2023 to 2026 operating budget deliberations. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Unless there's any amendments, changes, debate.
I see nothing in here.
From Councillor Croson.
Nothing there.
Good, then I'll call a question.
Question's been. Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? So carries. And we'll now recess till 12:30.
Thank you, everyone.
Hello. There we go. All right. Welcome back. And I will need a motion to go in camera. Councillor Campbell, all in favor? So carries. Just a minute here, and then we'll have Mr. Galucci in. Oh, it's advertised as 1:30. Looking out for the nod. All right. Welcome back to the Economic Standing Policy Committee for the afternoon. We do have a presentation from Mr. Gallucci, General Manager, NMAC Center, regarding the city sponsorship program. Mr. Gallucci? This is a submission. I'm sorry, submission. So questions, as I'm seeing, not a presentation. Got you all nervous. I had to do it, right? So you've had that in your packages, councillors, and I do have questions, starting off with Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Gallucci, just take us through the process that you're anticipating with this sponsorship program, and the type of sponsors you're looking for, and what that totally entails, if you could.
Presentation.
Yeah, present.
I definitely can give you a brief one. Thank you.
Just so I'm clear, anyway.
Yeah. So the MX Center would be extending its sponsorship program throughout this to be citywide. This would be quite extensive. We formed a committee and we talked to numerous departments, fee-for-service areas, boards, commissions, and we came across that we would be able to work with all the departments and develop packages, sit with them, and see what kind of assets they have. And then from those packages that we develop, we would then go and solicit businesses, organizations, associations, and go out like we normally do, and then try to match different corporations' values and direction that they want to support with the different opportunities that would be available throughout these different city departments. How this would work is we would have a representative that would be dedicated to sponsorship, because this is an extremely large program we found and it would go across all departments. And from there, this individual will work with the general manager of each department. Once we have those assets, then we'd solicit the business, close the deals. Once the deals are closed, we'd move to the contract stage, and then the MX would help implement it along with those departments and general managers. The money would then flow through the MX Center and then out to the departments to support the installations or the naming or the advertising piece, and any kind of life cycle and other pieces, with a portion of it being retained by the MX Center to reduce our tax support as well. Overall, we would see this help initiate and fund new programs, or else provide tax support or tax reduction for various programs that already operate within the city and different departments.
So, as an example, would you be like saying, we want, I'm just throwing this out, like we want the ethnic society named, and therefore we will find a sponsor to name the ethnic society, and that the money goes to funding you. Is that a good example of what you would be doing?
Yeah, close. So what we found was we would not, who would not be involved in this policy, in this program, would be fee-for-services, boards, or commissions. They themselves seek out sponsors to reduce their operating, and we don't want to interfere with that. Right. So, because all they would end up doing is coming back here asking for more, and that's not where we want to be. So things like the YM or the YW or any board operated would not be included. But yes, if Southern Ethnic Association said, hey, we need some help, or more to the point, an arena, we could name it, or a program like a bike trail that would be really useful to the parks program, that they've always wanted to do it. We could go out and we'd seek out different companies and try and match up and find a sponsorship for that program, and then bring it back to them and align the department with the program.
So the $1 that you want to add to each NMAX event, so excluding the Yates, right? So would that be, and excluding the hurricanes as well. So would that just mostly be concerts at the NMAX?
Correct. Concerts and special events like PBR or different events that we have there that are beyond concerts. But yes, the $1 is to fund that
that FTE. What we would require is an FTE. We would want to do them on a 2-year term and then come back and report to council where exactly we are with the sponsorship program, the successes, where we're winning, where we're not, and bring back some recommendations. And then we believe it would be successful, and then move forward with a more permanent structure and just carry forward from where we are. So the $1 was meant to fund that one person, because as the sponsorship program gets going, you don't have any money in the beginning. But by year 3, 4, we would have enough funds that that position would pay for itself through the sponsorship program.
Yeah, and obviously people are going to say, well, you got your sponsorship now, we don't need to pay for parking, right? That's not going to happen, probably.
Well, I guess they would probably say that, but what was indicated by council from the last paid parking meeting was that there needs to be other options on the table, and this is one of those major options that, because the goal is to reduce the NMAX Center tax support, and we are not really deviating from that direction. Paid parking contributes to it. This program would contribute to it, and anything else that we can develop and bring forward will continue to drive it forward until we can get it down to an amount that is acceptable.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Middleton-Ho.
Thank you. Mr. Gallucci, the irony is not lost on me. I can assure you. When we talked about the parking and we talked about generating revenue for the NMAX Center, we talked about a surcharge. Excuse me, but it sounds like we're trying to have our cake and eat it too here, because we've gone with a $5 parking and now we're going with a surcharge on top of each one of the tickets. How do you think that's going to be perceived by those people that attend? They're now being asked to pay for parking, which we had lots of discussions about, and they're now being asked to pay an additional $1. It's only $1, I get it, but as part of the surcharge. How do you think that's going to be received by your patrons?
The patrons that are not part of the Yates group or not part of the Hurricanes really look at just what is the total amount. In most cases, what we sell is we sell a ticket that has incorporated the service fees. They don't really care whether it's 50 plus 5 or 50 plus, they want to know, what is the end number? Is it 56? Is it 58? So I
appreciate you saying that, because that's exactly what I argued when we talked about paid for parking.
The only difference here, so this program is not in the budget. These will be new additional dollars, and that ticket that $1 on the ticket will help fund that person. When we were talking about paid parking, unfortunately, the paid parking was already embedded into the base budget. And the problem with the ticket, adding it to the ticket, was we would never reach the dollar amount that was in the base budget. In this case, we're talking about funding one FTE and not meeting a paid parking predetermined budget. And so if we added on the ticket, we literally would have had to add $4. And as you said, $1 is, people don't really worry about that too. It's like rounding up when you go to a grocery store.
So the $1 will provide funding for 2 years, up to 2 years, for a full-time position to be responsible for marketing and sponsorship programs for the NMAX Center. And then you're hoping in years 3 and 4 that the sponsorship that is accrued from those efforts will actually pay for that position. Do I understand that correctly?
That's correct, yeah. So we would be looking at sponsor. The big difference here is that the NMAX Center has very little inventory because a good portion of it is given to the Hurricanes so that they can sell it and market it. This really opens the door to a very large inventory across the city with a lot of different departments. So yes, what would happen is we would sell these, and as we generate more and more money, this position would be self-funded and part of the cost. And in 2 years, we'd bring a full budget saying, here's what we believe we can generate, here's some of the costs, and there'd be a self-funded position from the sponsorship program.
Thanks for taking the questions.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Galucci, for submitting this. You talk about fee-for-services boards and commissions wouldn't have assets on this list, and yet I see a number of assets on this list that provide that are part of boards, commissions, and committees. For instance, the West Lethbridge Public Library. I think we really need to take a long, hard look at this list and evaluate whether they would be appropriate or not, because I'm pretty sure that even Lethbridge Fire would have something to say about their training facility being on this list as well, and funds not going to them. So that would be my first comment, is that this list, I've got concerns about some of these assets on this list.
So that list is just a starting point. In developing the policy and developing the guidelines and everything else, it took quite a bit to get to where we are with this list. What would happen, though, here is that list is not, I mean, it's a list, but what we would do is go out to actual departments and sit with those general managers and take things off. We would actually look for programs. So if the fire chief said, that's not one that we would consider, it would come off. We just needed a starting point, and what we want to do is really, and this will take a little bit of time, and that's what we sit with each general manager and pick out the ones that would work and take off the things that wouldn't. And then from there, we would develop these packages that would be sellable. So it's really just a starting list, and things can come off of there quite easily, and we can add new ones. It's just we hit a point where we said, you know what, we need to know if we're going to go ahead with it, because it'll take some time and energy. So if council says, yes, proceed with this, then we would start with each department and start developing those packages. So take the list with a grain of salt. It's just kind of a starting point, and some will, and to make it even more succinct is we'd probably want to have just, you know, with each department, what are your top 3 or what are your top 4 programs, right, or areas that we would work on. They may have 20, like Parks probably would have 20 items. But we want to focus on maybe just 3 or 4, and then once we move those, move back on. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, but it leads to another question. What happens when Parks says we want a percentage of that?
Well, they would get some to maintain to build the trail if they needed to maintain it. So they would get their share of it, and then we would retain a piece that would be really almost like a commissional piece, where we would just to maintain the relationship and maintain the sponsorship and that, and work hand in hand with that department.
Okay. The other question I have, and that I guess goes to transit shelters, because I know, and buses, because we sell that as advertising right now. So that needs to be certainly considered as well, because there are revenues coming in on some things on this list already.
Yeah, and so I'll tell you a piece that really came to light was how much advertising. So in the beginning, we thought, well, this will be 80% sponsorship, 20% advertising. I would say it's more like 60-40 today, after walking through it with a number of groups and organizations. Transit is one that they're going to align their contracts, and they're going to stay. We had a discussion, and they would stay with Pattison for now, or whoever they decide to choose, with an RFP. And then in 2 years' time, we would reevaluate it. Is it something that we can deliver? Is it something we can work with? There's some real benefits to us doing it for them, and then there's some other benefits just having somebody like Pattison today. So it'll come down to what's in the best interest of transit. So we want to work on the things that will be a success. Our goal is to not interfere with fee-for-service or departments that have a successful program. This is to find new money specifically to fund programs or to reduce tax support.
Okay, and then along with that, what happens if the fee doesn't pay for the full-time person at the end of 3 to 4 years?
Oh, well then, I think we'll know in 2 years whether that program can support it or not. Based on our analysis and what kind of products are out there and the companies out there who are looking for sponsorship and that, we're feeling pretty confident. But when we come back in 2 years, we'll know exactly how much we can potentially generate, and we'll be able to tell you whether that would be able to support it or not. And if it can't support it, then the program really wouldn't continue.
And will we, I guess, I didn't see it in the materials, but maybe I missed it. There was no budget breakdown as to how this program would actually work.
We did not, I've done an estimate, but we didn't add a budget into this because right now it is speculative, I guess I would use the word. Right now we believe that we can be very successful with it. And that's why we thought, well, rather than randomly, because we would have to just choose some numbers, but what we'd like to do is over the course of the 2 years, really establish a base and establish this is what we can deliver and this is what we know we have the potential to, and then we can incorporate the costs and really give you a budget that is accurate as opposed to a speculative one.
Don't have estimated costs or anything like that at this point?
I do have some. You know, we believe that, year one, we could probably generate, around 100 to 190,000. By year 2, 3, we could probably increase that to 300 in there, and then really where do we go? Can we get it to higher than that? The costs for, of course, the 2 years would be covered on the term position, and then the only other cost we really have is the implementation, the sponsorship, but you'd only have that if you were successful and you've already incorporated the revenue to cover those costs. It has a very little downside for this program. That's what makes it quite exciting, actually. The risk is quite low.
I guess my only concern is that we don't have the costs based on what your revenue generation estimates are, but yeah, that's the only concern I have at this point.
I do not see any further questions in the queue, Mr. Gallucci, so thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I do have a resolution from Councillor Carlson, NMAX Centre City Sponsorship Program. 5.2, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council, number 1, approve the City of Lethbridge sponsorship and advertising policy as provided in Attachment 2, and approve for the first 2 years of the program to support a full-time term sponsorship position through a $1 fee added to each NMAX Centre ticket sold, not including the Hurricanes or Yates community organizations. Review the sponsorship program and program with the economic SPC after 2 years to determine its future permanency and any recommended changes to the program or the policy. Questions? Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgins. Sorry, I did put up my hand to speak or to ask a question. So if you don't mind, I'll ask it now.
Absolutely.
Pardon me. Through you to Mr. Gallucci, if I can. Mr. Gallucci, was there ever any consideration, and forgive me if I missed any discussion on this in the submission, to making this a commission-based position rather than a salaried term position? Because I've done that in past with these types of programs in other businesses. I've brought a person on and it's all based on commission. If you can sell X bazillion sponsorships, you get the percentage of that to start it off, to see if it's feasible. Was there any thought given to that?
There was some initial thought that may be a better way to go. However, we do need that person to stick around for a while and stay with us. And in the beginning, we just felt there would be quite a challenge because sponsorships aren't quick. You have to work them, you have to develop relationships, you have to And therefore, we thought this might be a better way to go. It doesn't hinder us from in the future changing that, but the other side of it is if we're as successful as we think we could be, then the commissions may not be. Sometimes it's better to pay somebody and not provide them commissions. The first 2 years would be a tough one for that person, and we just thought, well, we'll leave that for the future after 2 years, and we can really evaluate that.
Okay, and further question, if I can, Mayor Higgin, Mr. Galucci, if this program is very successful as you're anticipating it to be, is there a need, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, but if in the first 2 years or 3 years, everything is sponsored and named, but this is an ongoing position, is that just maintaining relationships, or is that hopefully our city will have doubled by then and we'll have another whack of things to name and sponsor?
Oh, yeah, we believe the inventory, we won't get through it all. That's why we're going to ask departments to identify their top 3 or 4 items that are most important. And to some degree, the city too. Is that bike trail more important than another program? And try to really push. But I think there's enough inventory today and possibly in the future to continue building the sponsorship program. Plus, there'll be renewals, so you want to maintain those relationships and capture those renewals, which are just as important. The MX Center has been very successful at renewals. We have a 95% success rate of renewing our sponsors over the last 10 years. And I do believe that's because we work with them. We work with them annually. We connect with them. It's not one of those ones where, you see them every 3 years, just in time for the contract renewal. So,
okay, thank you for that. And just final question, just on some of the mechanics. This is, oops, I just shut down the screen. Sorry, hang on 1 second. Through you, Mayor Higgin, to probably the city manager or treasurer or designate. This is outside of budget. We're being asked to approve or not approve this today. Is that correct, or should this be referred to budget deliberations?
Through your worship, to Councillor Carlson. So this one here today, if council so wishes, could be easily referred to budget deliberations in the fall. So if council wishes, this could be an initiative in the fall. It'd be brought in with anything else in budget deliberations and can be discussed. Unless, I'm looking at Mr. Galucci, I believe the intent is that we would start this program in 2023, and so it aligned to that.
That is correct, yeah.
I'm sorry, so is that saying that it needs to be approved or not approved today, or it could be referred with?
So it could be either referred to budget deliberations in November, or if council wanted to start it today, they could do so based on the way the resolution. It might be best in this stage here to actually just put it to budget deliberations in the fall.
Councillor Carlson, I was going to, after these questions, do that exact thing. I think you've mentioned that numerous times in the past. We've got budget coming up in the fall, maybe to have that postponed to budget deliberations. Is that what I'm hearing? Is you would find the right thing to do, Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. It's sort of where I was leaning on going, rather than approving what could be seen as the community as a one-off approval outside of budget, to rather discuss all of these things in tandem. But I'd leave that to the will of council, or SPC, I should say.
All right, and I do have another question here from Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel. Did you have any further questions, Councillor Carlson?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
And sorry, couldn't get my hand up in time.
No, you're good. Deputy Mayor.
I think Councillor Carlson actually addressed and took my question anyway, was putting this forward to budget and discussing this all as one whole package.
Councillor Carlson, being your resolution here, as a friendly to yourself almost, it sounds like, to put this, yeah, if you want to explain what you would like to see within this resolution of yours.
Oh, Mayor Hagan, I believe we've read I'm just moving downstairs because my dog saw a mailman. I believe, I believe we've read the resolution. So I'll just open, and if somebody wants to then propose a referral amendment, no issues with that.
Sorry, it looks like you're riding a horse, Councillor Carlson. All right, okay, it has been read, and I see there's no further questions, so within debate, if somebody wants to bring forward a resolution, or sorry, an amendment or a referral to budget, is that, I think Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I would do that.
Okay.
Yeah, a referral
Deputy
to
Mayor, a
budget.
referral to budget. And now, Madam City Clerk, we vote on the referral and then on the whole motion, or just on the referral if we're going to refer it, correct?
Thanks for the question. So the referral is a motion. It would take precedence over the main motion, so you would refer the whole motion, so just one vote.
All right. So refer the motion to, or this particular resolution to budget. And if there's any questions on that, debate. Councillor Campbell?
Just a quick question to Mr. Galucci. Does that work for you? If we just refer this to budget for in the fall?
Yes, it's, we'll start the minute we get a green light, but yeah, we can wait and start then in 2023.
And then you'll start with the hiring process right after that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
That's obviously if it is approved. Right. All right, so with that, I see no further debate. So Councillor Carlson, is as far as it being referred, now, sorry, so it would be Deputy Mayor. Any opening for that?
No, it just, I would like to, I think we need to refer this to budget. This will give Mr. Galucci an opportunity to pull together a speculative budget. We've heard speculative budgets across the board for all of budget requests. And I would also like to see you take the opportunity to refine that list a little bit. So that's it.
With that, I see no further debate, so I'll take that as your opening.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Carlson.
And I know this is out of process, but I had a question that just popped into my head.
Nope, I will entertain a question, sure.
Sorry. Thank you. Through you to city manager or Mr. Galucci or designate. I don't recall, and maybe it's just my faulty memory, I don't recall approving changes to the ticket center surcharge every time they've increased. And maybe we do as council, or maybe it's just a policy that we've approved that they're embedded in. So my question was, could this just be an administrative decision, or do all of those surcharges and fees that go on the ticket, are they all approved by council? Maybe it's just me forgetting.
Yeah, Councillor Carlson through the chair. No, council never does look at these fees at any time. We had simply wanted to identify it as the source of funding in this case. But yeah, in the past, you've never approved so it can be done administratively.
And thank you, Mr. Galucci, because that was kind of my thought. If this was sort of the operations of the NMAC, in my mind, it could have just been done and come to council's information. That was just a question. Thank you.
And thank you, Councillor Carlson, for that question, because seeing as I entertained yours, I might want to entertain one for myself because of that. That question really sparked something in my mind. So the addition of the $1 fee, understanding this could be done administratively, as was mentioned, these are the questions that the board around here, the councillors would receive on these decisions. So of course, having that come forward, I'm just wondering, Mr. City Manager, on something like that is, I know that we've never done it in the past, but an addition of a dollar fee, although it could be done administratively, is that not something that you find should be done through a council resolution? And we do have one here for this one, but I just see what the pushback is in the community, and it's not administration. I mean, you'll hear it too from us as well as the community, but it's us that will receive these calls of, oh, gosh, there's another $1 on here, another 50 cents on this. We're adding all of these to the fees at the end max. So I just see it as something that council should, whether we're digging too much into the weeds here as far as administratively, but I don't know if there's any.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I understand your question, and in this case, I mean, we are here as we move forward. I think there's been a number of changes where things might have been done one way, and I think without having to think of a future example, so in this case, this is coming before council, it's making that decision based on the approval framework that exists as far as what should be done administratively and what needs to come to council, so.
And which is fine, because I see this in a resolution that's going to be put off to budget, but I was just, yeah, it just struck my mind, and I don't know if anyone else shares similar concern. Councillor Middleton, hope I see you're in.
Well, it's actually something that we are talking about on the side here as to whether this is an operational decision that should be made by the NMAX Center. Why we're actually involved in approving this, I question, and I hear from the city manager now that you know, this is part of a process that we've been utilizing. We have been kind of dipping in and out of that, and quite candidly, I mean, although I'm not inclined to approve the increase, I think it's up to Mr. Gallucci, quite candidly, to make these decisions about his business unit and move forward with it.
And I think, like you say, we've got this moving forward. It sounds like the resolution to put this off to budget, so at that time we can further discuss this, or if there are any questions between now and then. So thank you, Mr. Gallucci. Appreciate you coming up again for the second set of questions. So I'll turn the time back over to Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel. I know you did opening. Is it considered your closing as well?
Yep.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And any opposed? That carries. Thank you. I have a resolution here from Acting Mayor Crozon, closed meeting, Lethbridge and District Exhibition Project Update 6.1. Be resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee direct that the closed meeting discussions, reports, documents, and attachments with respect to the Lethbridge and District Exhibition Project Update remain confidential pursuant to Section 16, harmful to business and interests of a third party, 21, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 24, advice from officials, and 25, harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Acting Mayor Crozon.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? You opposed? Carries. Next, I have a resolution from Councillor Middleton Home, Middleton Hope, Middleton Hope, closed meeting, community organization matter 6.2. Be resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee direct that the closed meeting discussions, reports, documents, and attachments with respect to the community organization matter remain confidential pursuant to Section 23, local public body confidences, 24, advice from officials, and 25, harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Call a question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? So carries. And with that, we are adjourned.